Hello? There was so much shit going on. Yeah, the credits uh segment of the movie. Yo everyone, congrats on first. Noah, congrats on second. Sabina, hi. Hey Noah, hey Sabina, hey Bry. Hey Zola. Hey Mikey. Hey Krem. Hey Ihis. Let's go, everyone. Whew. I have made notes before the stream because I was super lazy yesterday and also tired. Weird. I didn't say Sabina Bean. I only said Sabina. I think, maybe. Ihis, thank you for subscription. Very cool. Face of Jode. That's me. Guys, we are running late already. As you can see from the schedule that is pinned on the top of the chat. As he says them, yeah, like, why would I remember them? If I say something, it gets out of my body. Right? That's how it works. I'm not late. You are all late with me. Oh. Alright, let me launch my live splite. Run as admin. That might be useful. Alright, we're gonna start very, very soon. Ooh, I'm excited. Alright. Guys, official reveal of the sick as fuck stream layouts. 3, 2, 1. Oh my god! Oh my god! Made by Zola. Awesome! Wow, wow, wee wow. Now, that's a layout. Definitely top 3 of the stream layouts I've ever had. Maybe even higher. Who knows? Pim. Pim. Yeah, that. Alright. The logo is so hard. Oh god. Happy birthday, thank you! Okay, I guess I'm ready? Yeah, let's say I'm ready. Only the first movie was alright. Yeah, that's a fair take. Oh my god! Yo, 90! Thank you for 5 gifted. What the hell? What the hell? Okay, hold on. Okay. Okay. Okay, there we go. You sick fuck. Nice to see ya. I'm launching the game. The first one of today. First of 28. I. Who got the subs? Oliver, Life, Krem, Zola, and Smolsha. Yo. That's big. Quite huge. Thank you so much. And a VIP redeem. Okay, that's the ultimate flex at this point. Okay. Volume mixer. Oh, now it's saved. Weird. Yo, Smolsha. Thanks for sub. Exactly. Okay. Get lost, Spotify. We don't need you here. So many dabs. True. Missed opportunity. Third VIP. Congratulations. Okay. Am I ready for this game? I'm not. Are you? No. Fellas, we start the birthday stream. Let the celebration commence. Game audio where? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. There. Thank you. It is now. Yay! I need to remember to change game audio source every fucking time. Woo! Anyways, 3, 2, 1.
Cock loaded. Let's go.
Let's go. Moment of truth. Does Maluch work well? It does work well! Oh my god, more! Hey, Krzywa. Holy shit. That's gonna be a huge stream. What the hell? Yeah. Cannot miss the opportunity. Good luck, thank you. Guys, have you heard there's a sub sale going on? Thank you, Sabinko. Appreciate it. Thank you for subscriptions. Thank you for gifting. And thank you all for supporting me over, what, 8 years now? Very cool. They should count. They should, but I don't know how to set it up. Anyways, first race. Done. Poke jump. Change it manually. 4 years ago, when I was doing pretty much the same stream, I think I did not have a donation goal widget, and I was updating that manually. Was that a thing? I think it was.
Boobies.
Boobies. Oh, hey! Thank you for follow. Appreciate it. Hello, hi. Lock in. I am so locked in. We're getting world records on every game. Can you believe it? For 24 hours. I cannot. I'm meeting with Mitchell tomorrow. It would be cool if I finished before midnight. It is possible, but I'm gonna have to lock in. "28 years. 28 years later." But for every year, Zola needs to make another set of layouts. Go, go, go! I got the cheerleading squad. Let's go. Okay, so there's a very small handful of games that I might PB in. And Maluch is one of them. So hopefully, fingers crossed. Another game will be actually the next game, generally. And I forgot the other one. Ah, old school rally. Right. Oh wait, this goes this way. Never mind. Coast Runner. Yeah, it unfortunately is there. Which sick fuck put it there? This is gonna be the most boring stream ever. Just kidding, this is gonna be the best stream in history of streams. Then look at this guy drifting a maluch. Cooling Mac Rally. Enjoying myself. Hey yo. Oh, Chlebus, me too, me too. I would 200% hit every wall imaginable in Maluch. Holy shit, I got an emote from the hype train. Damn. Fellas, tell me what emote you got. What is that? Is that a frog? Also, I was lying about PB in this game. Froggy emote. Another one. That is so cool. Enjoy. Noise. Damn, some good drops. Ouch. Gaming. Damn, what a stream, huh? Captain is the first game. Yo, Zachariasz. And thank you. Hey, Sławek. Ah, right. I guess I forgot to tell Sabina about it. But let everyone hear it. So I was sick, right? Right. I was not going to work this week. And the last day that I was not at work was my birthday. The real one, 6th of August. And apparently 2 other people at my work also had birthday on the very same day. What are the chances? Crazy, I know, right? Out of like 30 people at our workplace, 3 of them got birthday on the same day. Wild. Whoa. Poke jump. $50-50. Exactly. It's always either yes or no. Okay, the best truck. Fucking Fast and Furious. I think I need to go this way. Speedrun, he said. Shit. That stupid jump is insane. Yep. Happy birthday to them too? No, they are bad people. I need triple happy birthdays instead of them. Yo, Ugyu. The way my heart takes me. Good idea. And now, from the best track to the worst one. A keen eye might notice that there's 57 fucking checkpoints. The previous one had 12. Can't fight Prage emote. You need to look harder. Fuck's going on? My car's dancing. Oh yeah, good old times. Right, Bri? No praging. No praging allowed.
Muchas gracias, afición. Este es para vosotros.
Muchas gracias.
Bit of encouragement for the 28-day long stream you are obviously doing for your 28th B-day. Head shaking vertically emoji. Head shaking vertically emoji. Head shaking vertically emoji.
Why is it reading emojis? Sui. Damn. That's a lot of encouragement. Thank you, Sabino. Much appreciated. Upside down smile emoji. Bottom text. Damn, already a third in. A third? Yeah. A third of the donation goal. Guys, just 70 more euros to unlock a bonus game. Yippee! I am not ready for it. My ass did not practice that. Bottom text.
Muchas gracias, afición. Este es para vosotros.
Hey, yo! Hey, yo!
28 days of ice soup.
Ice soup? Huh? Mikey, thank you for 10 euros, my guy. Thank you. Thank you so much for contributing towards the goal of unlocking Mysz Teodor. The Fyodor Mouse speedrun shall be a true feast on your eyes. Most definitely. Guys, I appreciate you all. Thank you so much for waking up so early to witness a Maluch Racer speedrun. Hashtag worth it. What a timing. Hey, yo. No need to thank me. There is so much need to thank you, Zola. Thank you so much for creating these amazing stream layouts. Thank you for creating the live split layout. And all that, you know. Stream for 28 hours. Hopefully not. Starting to feel sick. Because of the game, huh? Gaming. 28 shows later. Go! Typical Polish city. How did they inject anything into you? Elaborate. Place, Poland. Actually, we know what town this is. Oh-ho. What are you guys doing here? Okay, smooth. Ish. Oh-ho. Good. Poke jump. It's me, I'm pussy. Yes, it is. It is on schedule, but pretty late. I mean, if you drive far enough, it will have it. Ugyu. Clueless. Uh-huh. Oh! They are out to get me! Those other Maluks are out there for blood. This game really hates being launched on a computer that was running for, I don't know, longer than 20 minutes. That's why this game had to be first. Or second, but just to be safe, I chose this as the first game. Ouch. Okay, go on. Leave me alone. Oh! Another one! Okay, not gonna lie, I'm kinda gaming. Also, I'm still a kinda bit sick. You probably can hear it. But it's fine, it's good enough. Well, in the worst case, I'm just gonna get your money and not finish this marathon. Smiley face. Ouch. Ugyu, I think you should play this game. Poke jump! Wow, that mystery game is so mysterious. Am I right? Hop! Damn. Brother just bunny hopped a maluch. Of Tuk Tuk. Tuk Tuk is on schedule. Oh, what the fuck's going on? Hello, Froggy. Bye. Bye, Yellow Maluch. Another mod. Ain't no way. Holy moly. It's a long time. 28 years? Could have been worse. I could always be as old as Ihis. The stream would have been longer then. Ow! I hit air. Another truck done. Let's go. I think we are halfway through. Opla! Let's go around. With the game? Yeah. With the whole event. Nah, that can't be right. There's no way I'm going so fast. There's absolutely no way. With driving like this, we're behind schedule. Happens. I kind of forgot that I need to greet you all. I need to do a special welcome for everyone that comes in here. The movie was about me. Only the first one. What the fuck was that? Only the first one. The others sucked. Not he. I got hit by every fucking car on the truck. Oh yeah, clip would be nice. Hey yo! Birthday stream highlights! Damn, that's an idea. Tokyo Drift? Oh, I was talking about 28 days later. Ouch. Fork found in the kitchen. Zendaya reveals Tom Holland is her favorite Spider-Man. My grandma reveals I am the smartest and most handsome boy ever. Small penis? It's okay.
Happy birthday to you and to this 7-month sub. Wow.
Well, happy birthday to the 7-month anniversary of the subscription. The timing, it was good. Thank you, Zola. Now that's a compliment. Let's go. Oh, Froggy, I am not sure. You're gonna have to ask my girlfriend. Oh. Where is he going? Yeah, this is the last map. So 2 more races. Ouch. You can endure. Ouch. Ouch. Yippee! Guys, how are you guys feeling today? I hope you're all good. Ah, okay. Sorry, Froggy. I thought I was the center of attention. As I should. That's how I'm feeling. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. No, don't lose your job. You're so sexy, huh? Oh. Fellas, what game are you looking most forward to? I can tell you what game I'm not looking forward to. KO the Kangaroo 1. That game, definitely not looking forward to it. There is a schedule, yes. It is the pinned message on chat. Exclamation schedule does not sound bad. Huh. I should have thought of that. Not gonna lie, I'm not really focusing on the game at all. But that's fine. It's okay. Exclamation pinned message on chat. That does sound like a good idea. I shall create one. Damn, smooth. 8-bit Angry Birds. Oh yeah, that's a good choice. Really good. Okay, nearing the end. 27. Oh, let's go! Or not? We've won the game! Oh, so it was PB. Sue! I've sued. Let's fucking go. Next game, next game, next game. Uh-huh. Oh. Oh. Quit studio mode. Bam! Another game. Another game. Let's go. Haven't seen it in ages. Real. 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, and everything works. Awesome. We've got sound, we've got video, we've got everything. That was a lightning fast game transition. Because I had this game launched in the background. Let's freaking go. This actually is another game that we might PB in. This game reminds me of what? Also, I'm sorry if I'm missing your messages, but there's a lot going on. And this game is not making it easy to read chat. So, sorry about it. But there's also good news. I think after this game, there won't be a lot more games like this where I need to like focus on the screen all the time. As you can see, I'm using a new strat of ending the race. After ending the race, I'm just quitting to the next map after finishing the track. Oi, oi, oi. Not good. I'm gonna repair the car. Okay. Whew. This game's estimate 47 minutes, I think. So, talk to you then. For later, I have prepared some statistics. I'm gonna read them later on a game that doesn't require my focus as much. Y'all ain't ready. Yep. Be the chat clown. Someone has to. Brother, I cannot entertain chat for 2 minutes, let alone 40.
Muchas gracias, afición. Este para vosotros.
Yo, Pulpet!
100 year let live for us. And who shot you?
100 years. And to who? Yo, Pulpet, thank you. I appreciate you. Guys, I am so happy that I've met all of you. It's really lovely when I think about all the people that I met on stream. Too bad you're not real. Too bad you're just people on my computer. You live inside it. If only I could meet you in person. If only that was possible. Imagine how good life would be. Hey, Lily. Let's go. I didn't miss a message on chat. Let's freaking go. This streamer guy, he is so good at what he does. Well done. Very impressive showing of streaming skills. Okay, that's true. Froggy did break my car. And as a reparation, she must now moderate my chat forever. Because she said that she's not paying. Her soul is trapped. Real? Big if true. Large if sizable. Chotu made me commentate his victory heat rally run once. Those were the times, huh? The refund's done, oh. Uh-huh. I need fuel. Oh, jump. The guy from YouTube. Exactly. Japan. Is this how Japan looks like? Who from chat has been to Japan and can confirm? I've been to Japan in Forza. Does it count? Here 24/7. This truck is so small. It's so small you can see the car actually. Aye, 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 aye. Not good, not good. It's average sized. It's just cold outside, okay? Small Wiener Club. Facts. Facts, Krem. Small and proud. Small but crazy. Whee! Another one. Where is Chinek? We've got some Formula 1 going on. He likes F1, right? He must not like me anymore. Sleeping? How can he? Choman is streaming. How dare he sleep? SMH. Rude. He is so rude. Penis truck. Cocky and balls. The frog shop. The amphibian establishment. Okay, I'm gonna fuel with the car. Neat shop. A time machine. So I can already move to the last run of the day. The jam. Whoa. I hope I got the checkpoint. Yeah. Hails you. Oh, it's obligatory. Unlucky. Exclamation burp. Oh, 8. Okay, okay. Generous. I would rate it 7 out of 10. Yeah, 6 or 7. $6.7. In your lifetime? Damn. Five or 10? How about 6 or 7? Have you done 28 runs of any game in your lifetime? Oh, Sabina, but there was an attempt, right? PB? Yo! I just PB'd. New best lap. Pop jump. Major time save. She forgot. Yo, Zola, nice artist badge you got there. Where you got it from? Speed friend. Damn, that person must be really cool. I actually was on the limit of artist badges, so I just took away that role from Natrium because he hasn't been here for 4 years, and I gave you that role. Wow. Fuck you, 11 Atrium. The other person I was thinking about taking the artist badge from was Chinek. And do you see him here? Yeah, me too. I guess it should have been him. My heart. Damn. Alright, Jordan. Sweden, we going to Ferrod. Yay. Chotrizo. Cottage. Cottage cheese. No, it would be Chorizo. Same brain, bestie. Why is my runny nose coming back? I don't want it. I can wake him up. No, I would prefer if he stayed offline. He did the backrooms watch when I couldn't watch. I got so mad. Oh look, BB. No, I don't wanna get stoned. My body is a temple.
Muchas gracias, afición. Este es para vosotros.
I have to even this.
46. Okay, okay. Fair. Thank you for fixing that inconvenience. Damn. Thank you, Mr. Big Donate Man. Muchas gracias, afición. No, I have not. I was too tired to practice it. But yesterday I've seen your ILs that you sent everyone for the relay. Probably train wreck it's gonna be. I know, right? That's my intention. Hey, Alicia. Thank you. Guys, remember to speak English so two two English speaking viewers can understand. Oh yeah, imagine. That would be pretty dang funny. A comedy. Methinks. Yeah, from time to time I need to practice my Polish, so I don't forget how to speak that language. I use it so very not often. Yeah, that's a pretty funny thing to ask. Who was the first person to ask you this, Sabina? Okay, can this game end already? Jeez. One and a half legs in the coffin. I'm getting old. Retirement soon. Right? Not sure who. Alright. So it was not Olivka. The wash truck. Oh, fuck me. This shit right here. This sucks. Not a fun. Thanks for coming. Thank you for your życzenia. I appreciate you. Have fun cleaning mieszkanie. I must be getting close to the end of this game. Got only like 10 more minutes left. So there can't be many trucks left, right? Hopefully. I think my PB is like 45 minutes. Oh yeah, exactly 10 minutes. Oh, okay. And now we do that, and we change car. Alright, go. Fuck. Fuck. You know what? I'm gonna restart. Hey, Aiki. This car is so small, and I am so blind. Guys, I can't read. Why did I choose such game where I can't see anything because I'm blind? Imagine how unstoppable I would be if I was wearing glasses. Imagine. The car is so small. Yeah, just like me. I highly relate to this car. It's so small and cute. And fast, of course. To your Wi-Fi. I think everyone should move to Sabina's Wi-Fi. She's got enough internet. Fucking 900 download, upload. Like, what the fuck? She's not using all that, surely. I bet she only has like one tab of Chotu stream opened. Mad. Yeah, Sabina, I think you should share. Okay, enough of this truck. Fucking finally. That took so long. Yay. Hell yeah, Gene Rally. When I was small, I think I've played this game with really a lot of people. I've played this with my sister, my dad, one cousin, another cousin, a friend. Damn. I think this game and Colin McRae Rally 2.0 are the games I've played with most people. I mean, locally. Oh, I remember playing hide and seek in this game. I would choose the smallest car and just hide inside the bush. And I was like, find me. That was the shit. Everything I do is cute. You're right. I'm always right. Because I'm so smart. And handsome. I wonder what country this is. At Grog, how many countries have pyramids? Aye, aye, aye. Aye, aye, aye. Yo, Gracket!
Fuck yes, Gary.
Fuck yes!
Fuck yes. Fuck yes. That was fucking sick. Oh, Gary, that was sick. That's fucking sick, Gary.
Nice, Gary! Get it, Gary, come on!
Fucking get it, Gary. That's fucking sick.
That was fucking sick, not gonna lie. Hey, Gracket, and thank you. Ah! Man, I'm dead. Man, I'm dead. Okay, why does this track look like Poland? Favorite alert, it's so good. The OG childhood classic. Okay, getting towards the end of this game. Not much left. Arriving my wife tonight. Yeah, that's the game. You're the best? No, you are the best. Oh my god, I would go to a Tesco. Top 10 messages on stream chat. Froggy, is this really how Germany looks like? Fellas, I don't think I'm PB in this game. Oi, I'm gonna ask, okay? Does anyone here knows if I'm going to an aqua park, do I need to wear that condom on my head? Does anyone know? Don't think so. Depends on the place. I have to do some research, I guess. Okay, I'm doing a skip. Epic. Yay! Game done! Let's go! G. Next game, Pet Racer. Fuck yeah. Okay, Pet Racer. There we go. Okay. Pet fucking Racer. Let's fucking go. Fortnite. Fortnite. In those exact words? I might. Okay, I need to figure out how to capture audio. Have fun commentating this one. Too soon. Too soon. Let's go. Yes, I did change a couple of things according to my liking. Yeah. I did change stuff. It's nuts. Fuck, hit me! A game of all time. Die. Boom. How am I still third? Good start. Smooth. Real smooth. Also, I'm using my favorite pet, robot. Should have been 28. It might be, because later I'm playing Terminator. Who knows how long it will take me. Can everyone stop hitting me? SMH. Jokerzy. 28 hours of it. Might be. 100. I have to learn 100 games. God damn. Oi, 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 oi! Thank you. The best birthday. Good lord, he's zooming. Good lord. Is there 100 games on this planet? Has 100 games already been created? At least 35. Oof. I'm good for another 7 years. Are you hate watching? No, 90 is actually reading my mind. Because I swear, I was about to ask how are we looking according to schedule. 90s, so 90s, yeah. And yes, I am. 98, the best one. Oh, hold on, I think I did not notice. That this level bugged again. And it's showing more than 3 laps. as you can see on the left of the game. I don't know, sometimes it happens. And sometimes you actually need to do like 7 laps or shit like that. But the lap counter is good, I think. Turbo! Nyum! Nyum! Whee! Let's go. Stuart Little. I am that small. Yay, robot 1. My favorite pet. Absolutely zooming. Wait till I need to do a toilet break. Oh, and now the progress bar on the left is good. Now it's showing 3 laps. Guys, stop hating Stuart Little. He's just a small fella. He never did anything bad. Splash! I remember when I was little, I liked him. Those movies were banging. It's the parents' fault, not the mouse. Little Stu. The RC boat. I always liked his car. That one was classy. Why? Cause he had no parents. Even his parents didn't like him.
I hope my operating system won't fail this time. It's not over yet.
Where do I use that turbo? Huh. Tough decision. I'm using it here. Nyum! Nyum! Oh, that was a good spot. Damn, look at this guy go! Fucking zoom in. Top 10 turbo usages in what? Pet Racer. Huge levels of gaming. For a whole freaking day. 12 hours. The Cho stream. Ah! Man, I'm dead. Why can the timer move? I've got a better question. Why the timer is like this? What pet is that? Only 12 hours. Rookie numbers. Hungry. Nom 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 nom. One more race. A clock pet. Mhm. Gruts. Cockpit. Alright. Last race. Yay! Cats only brain soul. Which cat? Hey Anna, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate it. Oh, for the first time in this game, we did not massacred of the start line. Awesome. Finally.
You'll feel like critical exception.
Ah! Never mind. How did they not overtake me yet? Oh, hello.
Even the calculator is faster than you.
No, that's a video game. Which pet is the fastest racer? The most racist pet is... I don't remember. I think the panther? I think the panther has the best top speed.
Now you'll feel like critical exception.
But overall, in stats, if you add them up and compare to others, I think it's Bull. But Bull is like huge. So he is very, I don't know, hard to use? The most racist pet. Bull 3D. Okay, turbo time. Nyum. Damn, you zoom in, zoom in. Another turbo. Damn, we've been truly blessed. On my way to not use it. Because if I do, I'm gonna go off map. Big dog barking. Yay! Game done. Alt F4. Okay. And now, for a change, a good game! Okay, according to my notes, Pet Racer and Soccer got the same audio source. 3 minutes behind. Ay, ay, ay! Alright. Fucking championship. Okay. Guys! Which pet do I use? We got chicken, frog, turtle, panther, shark, robot. Okay. Oh no, I'm going with the shark. Shark, yellow shark. Okay, go. Gaming. Good color choice. We're like Brazil. Brazil, campeão del mundo. Bing chillin'. Bing chillin'. Golazo! Goal, 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 goal! And now we defend. In case you don't know, the category is... Oh. Oh. Why couldn't I use my super? I know. Hold on. Hold on. Oh no! That's not good. Childhood memories. Real. Huh. I cannot use the power-up. Why? Excuse me? I know. Anyways. The category is championship. And of course, if we want this to go as fast as possible, I must not let the ball go out. These are the struts. We score least amount of goals to still advance. And we must not let the ball go out, because that's when the timer stops. I don't need to win everything. In the group stage, I can win... well, preferably, I win one game and tie two others. But yeah, just to be sure, I'm gonna try to win 2 games in the group stage. And yeah, a half is 4 minutes. I think. Is it? So yeah, this is the most boring run of the event. By far. World Cup be like real. The music do be good. I think after this match I'm gonna double check my settings, cause I think something's off. But that's after this match. Continue. Second half. Shark. And that's how it is on this bitch of an earth. FIFA who? Damn. Do I score? Bam! I guess I do. I guess I do. No robots will beat me. Easy peasy. The easiest. Hey, my ball! And that's how it is. Yeah, I told you, this is the most boring run of the event. "10 years old beat you." You should play with me. You would win. I'm so bad at those games. Real and true bracket. Okay, 40 seconds. Nobody win. It needs to happen. Absolutely. Ten, 9, 8. Man, I'm falling asleep. Yay! We won! We won! We won! Okay, I need to double check something. Match. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, that explains a lot. And controls. Super is F? No, it's space. Okay. Continue? Yes. Okay. So what happened was I chose the wrong profile with wrong settings. Whoopsie. And that's why the match lasted for twice as long. But don't worry, now it's fine. Bam! Chicken. How will that affect schedule? We've lost 5 minutes. Eat the chickens? No, that would be very unsportsmanlike. Fuck the schedule. Goal! Hey, Fabian. Goal. Very different approaches. What mods? There's never mods on Shuttle Stream. Huh, look, supper works! Yay! Messi, 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 ancora Messi, 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 ancora Messi, Messi, Messi. Might be hallucinating. Don't be. Go to sleep. Go EP. Oh, go. The most important event of the year. And she decided to not sleep. SMH. No, I cannot swap. I cannot swap characters at this point. Not by choice. H. Certainly keeping me awake. I cannot imagine how super excited you are. Yay! I sure love Chotu Company. Trick shot! Trick shot! Okay, yet another win. Yay! Alright. Go to Grandma's house later. Oh. What a goal, huh? Okay, I'll wait here. Pass. Aha! Man's losing me time! SMH. Let's go. Thanks, Nighty. Okay, that was a bad idea to to only play with one hand. Golasso. We kinda need to win with robots because they also got 6 points. Guys, I have prepared so much food, so many snacks. I've got jellies, I've got a milkshake. I've got nuts. Insane preparation for the stream. I also have an energy drink, but it's not really mine. But I guess I do have it if I really need it, but I won't need it. A PSP? Yo! That's awesome. Yo. I loved my PSP, but I sold it to my friend for 200 Polish peso. What a great handheld that console is. No, to my friend, not Jinek. It's my first, yo. What do you play on it? So mean. He is no longer my friend. He's not watching the birthday event. He is missing all the fun. Okay, okay. I think I've played both. KO? Yo. Huge. Yeah, it is hard because you can't move your camera. Okay, so the strat for this batch is to not score any goals. We want this game to go 0-0. So preferably the ball won't go out at any point of the match. No, Froggy, you are always friend. Why these chairs in the background are so huge? Who sits on them? Yo mama? I got him, dub. There's mice! I never noticed them. Moist. Fucking mice. I've never seen them. Again. Oh no, out. I'm sitting there because I'm really tall. Why is this dealer taking a piss? I've been standing here. Best shit I've seen all day. And you've seen a lot. You've seen Maluch Racer. Ga ga ga. "40 seconds. You proceed to quarterfinal. PogChamp. Team, I am so proud of you. Oh, Ugyu, you wanted Panthers. There we go. Ajax Panther them. That's my favorite team. Next year, all streamers that have birthday in August should do one big celebration stream. True. Type it down, type it down. Goal, 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 goal. Oho, tiki-taka. No, Froggy doesn't stream. She's dead. Froggy found dead in the sewer. Oh my god! Okay, scored another one. Just to be sure. Because if they score, there's gonna be an overtime. And that loses a lot of time. Hold but not dead yet. Drama? With me? Impossible. I've never in my life had a drama. Chill, drama. Man, this song is bangin' bangin'. Ay, ay, ay. That's tough. Exactly. Why? What's this guy doing there? I'm not old, I'm experienced. I am 18 with 10 years of experience. Trick shot! Bam! I'm the oldest here. Don't forget Ihis. Expire. That was brutal, yeah, brutal win of Schalke Sharks. Ah, we playing with robots again? SMH. SMH. Bam! Whoa. Chicken. Chicken. Chicken Little. Okay, my honest opinion, Chicken Little should get more hate than Stuart Little. CS2 match will fix that. Definitely. Whoa. Okay, in case you're wondering why I'm not using that fireball super, it's because when you use it, it slows down time. We don't want that on the speedrun. No one should have more hate than Stuart Little. Kaope enters the room. Thank you for have fun and good luck and all that. Thanks, Kiri. Last second goal! Ah! Have fun playing. Hang in there. Why my team shoots so bad? I am hater. Oh, goal, 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 goal! Brasil, campeón del mundo. Brasil es número uno. And another one. Bam! Oh, fuck me. Bam! Oh. Bam! Pogu fire. Bottom text. Oh my. Oh! That was nasty. Damn, imagine all the hate Sabina is getting. Poor Sabina. What was that? Whoa! Okay, grand final, Birchester United. There we go, yo Zikush. Thank you. Thank you for happy birthdays. I appreciate you. How's your day been? Hi, hi. This goal is for you. Ah! I mean, this goal is for you. Bam! Can't beat a mission. Ay, ay, ay. Ice strike. Holy shit. Bam! Another one. Yeah, I guess you should. Hey! You must awoken Chinek from his 1000-year slumber. He will appreciate you thinking about him. Thinking that he must see the Chotu stream and also play Counter-Strike. I am sure he's gonna appreciate it. I awaken the beast. Guys, Christmas! Just a week away! Can you believe it, guys? Christmas! I'm so happy about this information. Speedy Gonzalez. Yes, exactly. That's why I already have a gift for you. Only one shower to Christmas. Yay! Now that makes me happy. Guys, opinions on that XD emote? It's brand new. I stole it from a stream that I watched a day ago? Maybe two. Can't see it. Ay, ay, ay. Aich. 10 seconds! And we are done with another game! Yay! Yay! We've won! We've won! Pokemon! Quit! Yeah! Ugh. Okay. And now I need to whip out a controller. All right. Studio mode, game capture, NES. Okay. Another one. Okay. Okay. Super Sprint. Five minutes? Hey, not bad. About to fix it. 2 out of 12. Yay! So now we are doing all 3 NES games that I've run ever. Game capture audio. Now you can hear the game. PogChamp. Congratulations to myself for remembering. Didn't know it had a prequel. Real. Boy. Game it. I am the yellow one. I am the piss car. In case you were wondering. Piss too. The realist. Guys, did you know that half of the games from this event are racing games? Well, now you know. Oh, I am the true racist. Shortcut! Damn, we're getting lucky with wrenches. Wrenches are upgrades, by the way. If you pick 2 of them, you get to choose an upgrade. PogChamp. And pretty much all the upgrades that we want are top speed. Damn, so far we got so lucky with wrenches. We get an upgrade on every truck. Insane. World record level luck. I can speak. Definitely. That, yeah. Wordle. That browser game. Leave me alone! Oh! We got all wrenches still. Crazy. And this is the last track. We got all of them! Damn, if only I was playing like a world record contender. If only. And bam! Done! And now we move to the next game, because that was the whole run. One loop. So 7 trucks. Now this right here. This is the game. 2 men's behind. Nice. Okay, I want tune... Fuck. I want tune B, game type B. Go. So in this game, our goal is to build a big loop. And our goal is 1500 points. So our loop needs to be big enough. Okay, so far I'm kinda... freestyling. Can you hear the game? You can. Okay, good. Awesome. Great! Oh no, something like that maybe? Do I do another one here? No. This will do. And now we do that one. Thank you for that connector. Yes, another one. Perfect. Okay. Okay. I'm not sure if this is gonna be big enough. I'm really not sure. I'll put this here. I don't need this part. Oh, I guess I can remove that. Okay, we need 3 connectors. Come on, come on. We can do it. Okay, remove. Good, 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 good. No, I don't want this. No. Connect! Connector! Remove this shit. Come on, come on! We need to see some loops. Okay. And one more. Please, I beg you. Yes! No, that's not enough. Oh. Okay, so that kinda complicates things big time. Oh shit. That's very not good. That's very not good. So yeah, we need more, we need more. It would be perfect if we did one big loop that gave us, you know, 1500 points. But that didn't happen, so we kinda need to freestyle now. That's really not good. Big looping. Big looping. Okay, remove. That's a big one. Okay, we got this. 1525. Oh. Okay, I was worried about this game, but we got it. You see? Here. And now, Marble Madness. Yeah! Well played. Nice. That round should have taken 3 minutes, not 8. Marbles! Okay. My marble name will be Birthday. Birthday Marbles. 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, you did try it? Yo. The best game ever. Oops. Am I right? Let's go. Aye. Too fast, too fast. Aye, too fast, too fast. Aye, aye, aye. Nice. So you found this game in the wild? Damn. Kinda crazy. Marbles! Aha, okay. 3,000 games. What do you mean? There's only 29 games in the world. Maybe 35. Whee! Whee! We marbling it up. Okay, smooth. City race. Everything you know is wrong. Good. Yo. Okay, do I do silly skip? Fuck yeah, I do. What a goat! That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT! This is unironically a pretty good time for this game. It's gonna be like sub 4 minutes. See? Yay! G. Nice. What's our score? Oh, it's pretty good. We only died twice. The heli? 158. G. Yeah. Birthday. Yeah, it's my birthday. And I ain't gotta pick up the phone. Okay. Hey, it's my birthday. It's my birthday. 4 minutes ahead? Yo, huge. Okay. Time for the longest game of the event. But I think about it. Would you call me? Of course, yay! Right, right. Okay, championship, new game, novice, P, Subaru, manual, Finland. Go! The longest game. Chat, do we got this? Oh! Big! Oh! Oh, they finally added that! They finally added alerts for those big emotes. What? PogChamp! Thank you, 90, for the Subi. Sheesh, nice little Subi. It is. Peak racing. I am picking as we speak. Alright, so this is another game that we might PB in, but I wouldn't be counting on it. I get too many distractions. Yeah, feel free to continue. Depends. Depends when you're gonna wake up. What? When you're gonna go to sleep? Depends. The best kind of answer. Lucky. Okay, on Zola's favorite game. Huge shout out to Zola again for creating these epic stream layouts and also the live split layout, the live split splits, everything very, very cool. I recommend this user. Ten out of 10 would again. "28th hour of being awake." Later, nighty. Fitting that it's on 28th hour, right? Exactly. But when it's already on 29th, you must go to sleep. Because it won't be matching anymore. Aha. Okay then. Understandable, TBH. Try to be like, thanks for watching. Jaw do noises. Alright, Goran. Zola, don't look at my performance on this stage, okay? Okay. I just can't seem to remember when to go off track. Like, is it here? No? Is it? Oh, maybe it was. Okay, good. You may look. You may look now. Okay, oh. Big. Big if true. Sheesh, nice little Subi. Subi. Nice little Subi. Hey, that was not bad. Just kidding. Ah! I'm a nice little Subi. Yay! Okay, and now the moment that I'm kinda afraid of. Grease 1. Let's see how it goes. I'm just a bit concerned. Just a tiny bit. Hate watching. Oi. 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 Alright, Gordon. Uh-oh, he's flipping. No! Ah! Yes! Hold on, where am I? It's so over. Hold on. Where the fuck am I? Fellas? Yeah, I did go inbounds. Anyways. I was so lost. Saved almost. I'm doing this for content. Don't worry. We are ahead of schedule. More calling. Yay. Okay, this time we got speed. Chat, he cooking? Did he cook? Did he cook? First try! Can you believe it? Wow, I'm surprised. Didn't get back in bounds award. Pokemon. What, sub 144, take that. Oh, I'll be thinking about that almost save on the previous try. I'll be thinking about it for a long time. Don't worry, the estimate will hold. I hope. The Bingus Award. Oj. Grease one out of bounds. Gaming. Calling gaming. Well, I guess this is no longer PB pace. What if I just edit out that Grease one first attempt? I'm sure Viper will not notice. Okay, I'm getting kinda hungry. I'll verify it. Pogchamp. Yeah, that's the joke that he doesn't watch. Okay, guys, close your eyes. Do I go here? Is this the place? Oh, there. Pogchamp. Time for a big skip, right? Ow! Orf, 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 orf. Top 10 shot moment. Reset me! Eh. Stage 3 of Grease. Time for a big skip, right? Stage 3 of Grief. One of all time. Happens. Or should I say Athens? Go. Ah! What shit? Oh. Don't scare me. Jork one real quick. Come on, I'm not playing that good. Time for the big skip, right? Can would. Ah no, can it? Would never. Oh. A woodchuck would. Gaming. What can I say? Zawróć. Boink! Chciałem. He didn't. Piece of shit stage. Hey, that's my joke! That's my joke. SMH. You're a thief! It's not our joke. Alright. Deal. Slice their head off. Acceptable punishment. Okay. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. God dang, he's omen. How is it 2.5 minutes into France and I'm still on first stage? What the hell? What the hell? Sheesh. Nice little spoopy. What? Uh-huh. Okay, guys. Quickly evacuate. We are moving the stream to some other day. Fun has been cancelled. Birthday's been postponed. I'm on 27 again? Oh, that's so last year. How will the fashion world ever forgive me? Hold fucking pipe. Hey Chinook, you old whore. How are ya? How was sleepage? Fancy you seeing here. Well. Look who the cat dragged in. What the hit? Concrete bush. Quickly ejaculate. 2 steps ahead of you, buddy. How's the stream so far? Pretty good. Pretty good. I started 5 minutes late. And it seems like we are on schedule. And I've only fucked up one thing, big time, and lost 5 minutes. And yeah, overall we are on time, so awesome. And now we are on the longest game of the event. How was your sleep? Was it fun not watching Chotu stream? I hope you had so bad dreams. Steam library 1%. Actually no. Most of the games are not on Steam. Hey Shadow. How are you? Welcome. Yo, are you excited about Ghost Runner? at the very end of the marathon. It's gonna be so good. This is fine. Oh, happy birthday, good luck. Thank you. Appreciate it. These are, I think, majority of the games I've run ever. Yeah, either majority of or like half of them. Definitely not all. There's a couple missing. Oi, oi, oi. I need to focus on my driving. No texting and driving. Harry Potter. There will be not. The last run being me playing Counter-Strike with you. Deal? Oi. I don't want Harry Potter. I hate him. Damn, what a good handbrake turn. Not gonna lie, I am not really playing very well. I'm dead ass hungry. Well, only nine more hours. I think I got this, right? Please eat. Nah. I shall not. Only 9 more hours. Okay, I'm opening this bitch. Cracking it open. Joe Pro Protein Shaky Stracciatella. Tommy
Jedyny rajd na
Fornell.
śniegu w sezonie. Śnieg i lód wymagają
Starved to death. Very famous. Oh yeah, he should. Okay, Pulpet, get me a Chinese man. Chicken would sit as fuck. Mm. Those who celebrate. Who's that? A dumb cunt. Yo mama. Yo mama. Yo mama. Wikipedia. Your grandma. Your old one. Hey yo, what's up YouTube? Welcome to the top 10 moments of the freaking Chotu birthday stream. Number 10. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Holy. Overrated. It was. That was a pretty bad one. You know, they say all men are created equal. But you look at me, and you look at Small Joe, and you see that statement is not true. You see, normally when you go 1-1 with another wrestler, your chances of winning are 50%. But you see, I am a genetic freak, and your chances of winning drastically go down. Yo Waffle, thank you for birthday. You see, I'm a genetic freak. So you take your 75% chance of winning. Okay, I don't remember the rest. Okay, actual skips? Actual strats in my racing game? What the helly? Ain't Norway, because this is Sweden. On spot, unbelievable. I mean, I wouldn't even be mad if he had it prepared beforehand. Rod of fur. Okay, do I do this shit that I did once in my life? Yeah. Don't mind if I do. Oh. Okay, mind if I do. The rod has been furred. Opla, 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 opla. Alright, Goran! Alright. 3-4. 3-4, 3-4. Nice. Suburpu. Real. Well, why? How did they scam? Except for donations. Look at this guy saying there will be a sub sale on stream only to make it for 5 gifted subs and more. Okay, actually that was the only option, by the way. So don't be mad at me, be mad at Twitch. Okay, after party, after the stream, we are watching Backrooms. Backrooms film. Cinek is hosting you. Holy! That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT! The fraud GOAT. Holy! Fuck it, we ball. Holy moly. Holy moly. God damn. Okay, Cinek. This skip is for you. Fuck. This skip is for you? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Cinema. Thank you for 10 gifted subs. What the hell? What the hell, my dude? You're crazy? Oh, you're so crazy. Nice. Damn. 10 gifted. That must be like, what, 200 Polish peso. I swear. Yo, Salig. Enjoy the subscription. Gifted. Enjoy the sub emotes that I made. A special role on Discord, ad free viewing. God damn, so many benefits. Bonus is now unlocked. Clueless, clueless. Earnings. Dzięki za subskrypcję w prezencie. That's why he's the GOAT. See, I've been saying that for years. Sadio Mane He's the best football player in the world. The gaming's been huge. Yo, Aquas. Enjoy the soup. Also, congrats on the first time message. Same as me. Damn, you're old. In November? Damn. That's even worse at this point. Okay, from now on, everyone that's younger than me is not allowed to watch. Almost 40. I'm closer to 40 than to, I don't know, 1. Okay, bye. Oh? There's no way you're younger. Damn, I didn't think this through. Mentally ancient. It does count. I'm sorry. Prove it? How? You're gonna have to do a DNA test. Wait, he does say that? Okay, cool. Is real. Grok, is this true? Damn, hype train level 3. God damn. Huge. Hype chest! Fellas, show me what epic emotes you got. Oh, you got the frog. The frog ponder. Jeez. Nice little Subi. Nice little froggy. Ooh. They do be Martian. They do be Martin, yeah. You got a bottom? What the hell? That emote cannot be real. I've just seen that rat emote from Ugyo. What is that? Excuse me? No, no KF4. I have not learned it yet. Would you all still watch me if I was a worm? Return the money. I'm sorry, I already spent it. Okay. Gravel skip. Yum. Damn, you still would watch me? That's so cute. Thank you, guys. But for real? What if I told you I am a worm? I am wearing a biomechanical suit. I'd believe you. What kind of worm would I be? Fuck you, Martin. Fuck you. That was not cool. Hairy and annoying. Mainly annoying. They call me Caterpie. Peter P, because I pee my pants. Guys, what kind of Pokemon would I be? Challenge, you can't say Caterpie or Metapod. Fuck, too late. Kakuna. Kakuna Matata. Challenge, you can't say mean stuff to me. 2026 challenge, impossible. A what? Is that the pink one? Or did you just make up a word? Chester from Cheetos. Prank Academy. I've got a PhD in pranks. Prank idea. Normalize sending me money because I'm cute. Hypno. I think his name is Hypno or Drowsy. It's just a prank, bro. Pretty huge dick. Yeah, that fits. Okay, throw me some numbers. PTSD. And we only met once. I've already made such a huge impact on your life. Cinek, not my fault you have such small car. It is, but not for very much longer. I'll be buying a new car
Boobies.
with all the money I got from this stream. As? Hey Trinity! How are you? Thank you for follow. I'm already following a couple of auctions. I guess after the stream, maybe next week I'll start, I don't know, making appointments to see the cars. That'd be pretty cool. Lock the bonus game. Oh, I'm looking for a Subi. A Subaru Impreza GD. Bug eye. Wagon. It looks so dumb. I love it. Don't do this. I will. You want some? Go. Okay, time to focus. I have, but I am a famous streamer. I'll be doing donation goals. Oh fuck, that's not good. Let me just do it again. Haha. Go. Now that's better. Brother, you seen how many subs I got this stream? I'm rich! Rich! Millionaire! I'll afford it. Afford focus it. This goat? No, you're the goat. You know, I thought, okay, before settling down, I want a nice car, even for a couple of years. Life's too short to drive boring cars. Am I right, fellas? Am I right? Yeah, something along those lines. Even for like, I don't know, 2 or 3 years. 6 or 7. Okay. 6, 7. Love protocol found. Wait, how many cars you got, Pulpit? You said you have a Passat, and now a Fiat? Damn. That's going crazy. Why is this dealer taking a piss? I've been standing here. Okay, mod for Colin McRae. Bouncing Yaris mod. 10 out of 10 IGN. Which stage is it? 2. Alright. Go. The dreams. Okay, do that. And be sure to let me know. A new donation goal. Alright, here we go, here we go, here we go. Get on! Ladies and gentlemen, he's still going. You damn right, Nike. Whew, I've been sitting here for a while, huh? I must be like halfway done, right? Right? How much behind the schedule? We're on time. I think. I hope. Pogu fire. This one's going overestimate. It will either be on estimate or a bit over. But not that much. It won't be absolutely tragic. It's forbidden. That's fine. 67 seconds ahead. Okay, I'm gonna save new birthday. Go. Let's go! Piece of shit stage. No, Cinek, don't do that. Come to the next one. Yeet! It worked! Boxman! Boxman! No, don't. I don't wanna see your stupid mug. Yo mama. I drink yo mama. How about that? I would like them apples. Oh, why so serious? Wow, that's so mean. For a reason. On my way to rename bot 2 to Stuart Little, and every time you tag him, you get the Stuart Little hate points. Banger idea. Emo, pretty good. Well, Chinek, it's not stopping me from submitting. I'm also like not good at any games. I'm just decent, I guess. Whoa! Interesting. Okay, alright, Gordon. I'll take okay. Thank you. I mean, it was okay. It was not amazing, but decent. Okay, alright. Nothing wrong with it. Hey, I got dry Italy. Cool. Nice one. Well, Chinek, I just think you should stop being a little bitch and stream and learn a new game that you're gonna submit. Hmm? How about that? Yo, Chicky. Chicky Chunker. No, you're not. If you're coming to GSPS, I'm not. Not a day over 28. I am already 3 days old. Three? No, 2. 28 and 2 days. Three days old. That's still a lot. Ow! Colin McRae is fucking dead. And that's all because of you, Mr. Chunk. Yes. Why do you ask? You're not invited. Unless... maybe you are. Can I go? I'll think about it. Nah. We've had Viper racing and it was fine. Being English is worse, right? Dark Viper. Yeah, exactly. Dark Viper. Oh, oh. Yo. Came back? Huh. I don't really follow him. All I know is that he speedrun GTA? And that's about it. Is he doing GTA again? 5. Yeah. 5 GTAs. Charge skippage. Okay. Was he any good at those, or he was just kinda known? How much longer? This is the last one. 5 stages, yeah. Like 10 minutes. Cocksucker! Where the fuck am I going? Cinek, opinion on GSPS shorts? The GSPS shorts situation is crazy. Daft Punk. Too soon. Too soon. Oh! Guys, good news. This is the longest run of the event, and we are very close to finishing it. Bad news for unsucked dicks. I woke up. Yeah, this is the longest. 100% shorts. Totally happening. Because there's a sub sale, that's why. I set sub sale to distract you from the fact that you can donate. Greedy streamer. I'm just scared of running Theodore. Chotu's greed knows no bounds. You could say he's out of bounds. Ah, first one. Oh, fuck off. I forgot to laugh. I'm banning you. you forget? Mogging. That's what I do. That's what I do. Hey, LMAO, get mogged, idiot. You two. We're like twins. Throwback to when Chicky Chunk looked like me. Those were the times, huh? Last Maxine. You're just chunky. Big if true. Large if factual. Pregnant man emoji. I like him big. I like him chunky. Moto likes you. Guys, bad news. I need to go to the toilet. No, time loss. Time loss. After the run, after the next one. About the schedule. I shit on the schedule. I fart and piss on it. Toilet split. I ejaculate on the schedule. Okay, actually take it back. Okay, how does this shit work again? Oh, it didn't die. Let's go. He did it! Lucky. Ash? Yay! On time if we hurry. When Bezos makes $1, I make a cholar. Six minutes? For what? Ow! Be on time? Really? Yay! G. Sabina Bion. Mistrzostwa ukołczone. Fuck yeah, boy! Alt F4. Fuck yeah, boy! Okay, next one. Okay. Next one. Banger game! Banger game! Nice. GG. Alright. The next game, shocks. But I need to go to the toilet. 8 minutes behind? Wait, what do you mean behind? Ahead! Ahead. See? Epic. I can now pee. So, be right back. Hello? Hello? I peed and I'm eating nuts. Classic. Classic Chotu. Aha. Webcam? Huh? What happened to it? Deactivate. Activate. Okay, interesting. Twitch turned off my webcam because I said about coming. Nothing. Wrong one, sorry. Time for shocks. EA Sports. 2 minutes ahead. Oh, yo! I still have time to eat. Let's go. Hell yeah. This broke. The donation goal broke. Because someone sent me a donation in Polish money. Oh, you finished work. Congratulations. How are you feeling? Welcome to Shocks. I'll show you how it's reinvented. We're choosing Peugeot. Our name's gonna be Birthday. Good one. Good one. Race. Okay. Nice. Good job, Sabina. Proud of you. Now relax and rest. Yo, Nick. Thank you. Happy birth. Okay, so Chinek, you see, rally's reinvented here because there are zones, right? Shocks zones, and if you gold it, if you're fast enough, if you gold all 3 of them, a shockwave will appear. And if you're close to it, you'll get a lot of money. Two, 1, boom! That's the shockwave. And if you keep golding it, you get a lot of money. And also you can't see shit. Nice one. This is so reinventing. You've been hit by, you've been struck by, truck. Cock zone. Oh, silver. Right. Making bank. Real. Gold! This announcer is having a time of his life. Check it out! And now, you see, I golded everything, which means I got platinum. And that's how we unlocked a new car. It's the Ford Escort Plus. And it's just faster than our previous car, so cool! EA Sport Big. So yeah, now it doesn't really matter if we keep golding those zones, because we already got the good car. Awesome. So true. Oh my god! No, not in-game. In Compact Trophy, you've got the slowest cars.
Muchas gracias, afición. Este para vosotros.
Here you go. It paying back for a broken car.
Thank you, Froggy. Damn, maybe I should keep breaking the car. Yo. Big. EA Sports Big. Thank you, Froggy. Yeah, so basically you got 3 or 4 cups, and every track has a different platinum car that unlocks the plus car. And just in this speedrun we start with the Peugeot because it's the first platinum car. For other races you get a different car. I'm driving like poo-poo. Three or 4, 6, 7. Damn, look at this guy. Mr. Big Business. Hey, yo, pee-pee poo-poo check. Pee-pee poo-poo. Big jump. Not paying more, the broken ones. Ay, ay, ay. It was worth a try. Ice. Ice, ice, baby. What? Wait for it. Six, 7. 6, 7. Sliver! Oh my god. This is a game of all time. Back when EA was making nice games. Every time I see this game, I'm very surprised that there is so many real-life brands. Like Mobile One, Champion, Shell. Like, what the hell? But yeah, all the cars are also real. Even though a couple of them look questionably. Oh damn, you're such a gamer. Gamer girl. A real car. But flat out coded? What the hell? I've never heard that comparison. Habibi, come to CSGO. Or what is it called now? CS2. Sorry. I'm so ignorant. Okay, okay. Why did they name it CS2 if it's not the second CS game? It's fifth, yeah. Only the goats played CS2D. I am goats. Classic. I played it too. My favorite mode was zombies with building. It was so fun to just build walls and hide. Wait for it. Okay, now go. 3, 5 seconds passed. 2, another 5 seconds. 1. And then they hit us with, wait for it. No, this is PlayStation 2. Ah, okay, you're not asking that. Never mind. Okay, what happened to the other 359 Xboxes? Solar! Oh yeah! Oh fuck yeah, bud! Xbox machine broke. Xbox 7. Xbox 67. Is this the strat? Oh, it is. Okay. $30 what? Apples? Bananas? Human body can only take 16 raccoons at once. How's this guy in front of me? Get lost. Hey, come back here! I don't remember if I have to win everything. I probably do. So you better fucking come back here, mister. Well, moment of truth, I guess. I don't fall asleep. Okay, I'll pray for you. Fuck! Fellas. Turns out... Do I have to win? Okay, is this the same track or... No, okay, good. Oof. No, we advanced. Don't worry. This is jungle. The Blondini gang. Fender Bender. Welcome to the jungle. Nice one, Zola. Oh yeah. Good landing. I like how that countdown is fixed on the distance between you and the start of the zone. 4? Okay. Okay. I disagree. God dang. Oh, funny story. So, when I, years ago, was running this game, I was, you know, just using the regular PCSX2 emulator, and that was fine, right? And then when I was setting this game up for the event, I was like, it kinda looks bad. And I've seen people do like super good graphics on emulators, so I googled, I did some research. And turns out everyone was using PCS X, right? Right, the same emulator. Only difference was mine was pretty old. I think I was on version 1.3 when the newest one is 2.6 or something like that. And yeah, who'd have thought that the newer version has a lot more options. Options that are kinda needed for the game to look good. So here we go. I know, right? So yeah, Shocks never looked better. Like it owes him money. It owes me money. That's why I'm getting money when I'm close to it. Huh? Silver. Yay. That's the joke. Okay, alright, Gordon. It was pretty funny. Can break rules now. 6-7. Fuck it. 6-8. Six, 8, 9. Bon appetit. Bone apple beef. Whoa, 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 whoa. I think I would prefer to not know when your super long winner is around pets, Froggy. Dog farts, cat pukes. Some Polish guy should make a racing game in Poland and have Orlen sponsor it. Silver. I can't. I'm sleeping already. I'm so tired, bro. Compact trophy. 1. All fucking right.